Hello and welcome to the Online Darts Live League for Thursday evening. Group B action just about to start. We're going to get Scott Williams against Paul Hogan to start our night off. There is the man with the permanent smile in Paul Hogan. He's got company when it comes to smiling from this guy. Scott Williams from Lincolnshire, the man from Boston, has made the trip down to the Online Darts Live League to try and qualify for the finals, which will take place in a couple of days, live on Sporty Stuff TV at around about this time.
140.
Apologies for the technical issues at the start of our programme. We hope that the little gremlins in the system have disappeared. We can now crack on with action. And what a start from Scott Williams we have. Apologies that we do seem to have a little bit of a technical issue with our split camera, bringing you close-up vision of the board. But there it is. We have had a tidy start from both players. I'm sure Scott Williams is hoping that the next time he graces the hockey, he gets another 180 to give us a chance at a 9. The players are seeing the lighter side of it. I think someone who was a bit less strong in mind would probably say, come on, let's get on with it. But these guys are seeing the lighter side of it. It's the beauty of live TV, isn't it? Sometimes it's about the graphics, sometimes it's about the cameras, but the graphics just don't seem to want to cooperate right now. So let's just revel in the fact that these two combatants really are here to compete. Group B, 5 players. We will see Justin Smith, Mike Warburton and Richie Burnett as well tonight. And the top 3 from this group of the 5 players come the end of Group B tomorrow night. We'll go through to Saturday night's final. The graphics have been fixed. And we're back at the hockey with Crocodile Dundee Paul Hogan, who has the darts.
26.
At the start of this best of 7 match. Indeed, there are 10 matches this evening. All will be best of 7 legs. So first to 4.
131.
Very useful player, Scott Williams. And very well respected around British circles.
83.
Kind of digging the look that he's got this evening. A very recognisable yellow shirt, yellow flights. Slightly shorter trousers with the white socks. He looks like a member of Madness with that look, but I don't mind it
50.
whatsoever. What we'll do at the start of the next leg is go through what they've done with the Online Darts Live League so far. Mixed success, but neither have had a really big win yet. So are they due? No joy in the 140 check out for Scott.
40.
But he does square it up to 100 if he's given the chance. 152 is actually the number that Paul Hogan has hit for his biggest checkout this year in this room.
116.
He doesn't take it this time,
Scott,
but he does leave it very handy after 15. Does Scott go for 2 tops?
60. Paul, we require 36.
Hogan does get a shot at his favourite double on the board. Doesn't get a really good look at that one. And splits the 9s. And you know what that means? He can't go out at that visit.
Scott, you require 40.
So the chance of breaking the throw in leg 1 falls the way of Scott. Double 10.
30.
Wires, tops and 10s, but wasn't really close to double 5. I don't think he likes that first dart.
Game
well, he should, because it really did assist that third dart into the double 4 A bit of a scratchy first leg with a few gremlins in the system, which we do apologise for, but hopefully we can just crack on with the darts now into leg 2.
Second, I get Scott to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Scott Williams, who has played 12 games up to this one. He is the least experienced of all of the players this evening. 8 victories, though, out of those 12 matches for a win percentage of 67%. And that is the best of all of the players tonight, admittedly, with less experience. A running average of 89.76. That is the most impressive from all of the players.
83.
But the more he plays, maybe that average will come down slightly. A best performance of 99.75 when he was here a few weeks ago.
100.
And a high check out of 120, which I'm sure over the next couple of days he will better. When he played in Phase 3,
57.
in Week 3, he was first in Group C, which qualified him for the finals that week. But ultimately, he did not qualify for the semi-finals on the Saturday night live on Sporty Stuff TV. He had to settle for a 5th place finish. He's looking to possibly go one better this week. But he's got to get to the finals first, the man in yellow.
57.
And the first step on that ladder is to try and get 2 points away from Paul Hogan, because that's what you get for a win. You get nothing for
60.
a defeat. Scott Williams going downstairs looking for the 171, which would have been 3 treble 19s.
But we require
That settles
141.
for 59 only. And Paul Hogan's in position here. Treble 15. He will try everything to leave double 18. That is his play.
148.
This is a big ask for the man from Boston.
I called 85.
I think we're just correcting Paul's score. Initially, it was thought that he left double 18, but it was a single 10 instead of a treble 10 hit. A little bit of a conference going on in the room there. Owen Binks, our referee for the matches this week, is being kept on his toes. He doesn't just have to look after the scores on the board. He'll have to look after the players' welfare and indeed look after the scoring tablet to the left of the board to make sure everything is done above board and calculated correctly. Just more proof that the job of a darts referee is a multitude of things. So far, Paul Hogan, who is 1-0 up in this match, has had to take plenty of deep breaths. There have been a few disruptions in this match. And we do apologise for the problems with our graphics. We are attempting to fix them as soon as we possibly can.
Scott, you require 148.
Thank you for your patience, everybody. We are back into this match now. And 148 is possible as we go straight back into the match, and he misses tops after that little recess.
All you require 56.
It brings a smile from Paul Hogan, who eventually is on double 18 in this second leg. Back to double 9. Oh, and he busts the lot. How much drama can you take in the first 2 legs of the night?
Scott, you require 20.
Double 10. Scott Williams is level at 1 leg all. So everybody take a collective breath as we go into leg 3. It is 1-1 We're in a best-of-5 scenario, so if we just start again from here, I don't know who's going to win this one, quite frankly.
Game on.
Hogan is the one of the two players who will probably think more so
41.
that they should be 2-0 up, but both players could be. Hogan's record coming into this match, and indeed this evening.
140.
55 matches played with the Online Darts Live League this year. 25 wins and 30 losses for a win percentage of 45.45%.
122.
The one statistic that he chiefs over everybody else is the checkouts percentage. He's at 37.11%, and that is better than everybody
96.
else tonight by a good 1.5%. A best performance in an individual match of 100.2, but I can confirm that was a long time ago. That was back in week 2 of phase 1, and that was in April. There's been a lot of water under the bridge since then. His running average of 84.65 is respectable.
58.
But you have to say, with Hogan's experience and ability, that's probably below what he's been doing the last few seasons.
100.
One thing Paul Hogan has done is make the weekly finals
133.
on 2 occasions.
We require 154.
Once in phase 1 and once in phase 2. But on both occasions, when he made the finals on Saturday, he failed to get
40.
into the nitty-gritty.
Scott, you require
Very
74.
similar to Scott when he made his one and only appearance in finals on Saturday night. So you could say that these two maybe have underperformed. That leaves 62. And with Hogan on a finish, 12 bull is the shot. That leaves double 13. You are allowed to ask the referee what you have left. The one thing the referee can't tell you is how to go for it. Well, it's the wrong bed.
60. All we require 100.
That leaves him on double 7. Is this going to go? Double top.
94.
Not quite. And the big man from Boston has got a chance to break through here. He splits it. 2 for double 6.
11.
And that really was a melee of difference. I really didn't expect him to go that way.
Game shot on the third.
But we did expect Paul Hogan to snap
Hogan
in at double 10, and he takes the lead at 2-1. He called him Crocodile Dundee for more than one reason. He did snap in there, and he does take the lead at 2-1, but it could have been 3-0.
Four-legged Scott to throw first. Game on.
Quite an unusual game to start. There's no missing this guy with the bright yellow.
97.
He obviously has an affiliation with yellow. Lots of dart players have got favourite colours. You don't have to look too far to find Scott
60.
Williams' favourite colour. And he's very coordinated with the studio, isn't he? A lot of black, a lot of yellow. It fits.
41.
We'll see a lot of Scott tonight. 4 games, indeed, for all players, and he has the longest shift. He plays game 1. He plays game 10 at the very end of the schedule.
100.
And then 2 in between. It's an interesting setup he has with his equipment. A very bulbous barrel.
57.
Medium style stem in size and a big flight. It's very reminiscent of multiple PDC winner Andy Hamilton.
140.
But Scott Williams delivers these darts very differently to Andy. I've seen some great players already this week, and we've already got Jared Cole in the Saturday finals, which will be streamed live via YouTube internationally, but very much live on Sporty Stuff TV on Saturday night in the UK.
105.
Jared Cole is there. 3 players from this group will qualify, and 2 from Group B, which will recommence for its final group games tomorrow from 9:30 a.m.
require 96.
Does he want to go double-double here? He's not really the kind of person to do that. And why would you when you can just take it the traditional way?
Hogan.
Really good from Crocodile Dundee. He's had plenty of chances in all of the legs. He has a 3-1 lead, and he has the jump on Scott Williams.
Fifth leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
Is it going to be the time for Crocodile Dundee?
100.
There is a tournament that was run every year pre-COVID. Hasn't taken place since the COVID pandemic started, called the Champion of Champions, run by one of our sponsors here at the Online Darts Live League, Red Dragon. That has been won by 4 players.
81.
Gerwin Price, the current world #1. Johnny Clayton, the current World Cup champion with Gerwin Price.
180.
As we see a second 180 of the match from Scott Williams. The other 2 winners of that Champion of Champions event.
41.
One is Ryan Searle, who is picking up titles on the PDC circuit right now, and the other is Paul Hogan. So the other 3 people who have won that
82.
tournament are having a belter of a time right now. Is Paul Hogan the joker in the pack this week? Is he the one who's going to have success?
99.
The man dubbed
Scott,
the professional amateur
39.
because he chooses to stay as an amateur within the sport and not go to full professional, as Scott Williams goes for tops. And that is a beautiful checkout from Scott Williams.
Scott Williams.
His best finish of his career in this room. Did I say earlier on that he was going to better his 120 finish? I did. So well done me. And well done, Scott.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
Thank you for proving me right, Scott. It's a fabulous job
100.
of not just staying in the match, but imposing yourself in that 5th leg with a very difficult finish, I might add.
125.
3 portions of the board needed, 2 different trebles, and a double at the top. That was very, very well done.
81.
Just before this match began, we had completed in phase 4 of our year here at the Online Darts Live League 150 matches. And the most popular result in a match,
97.
I'm sure it's no surprise to you all, was 4-3. Of those 150 matches, 52 of them were 4 legs to 3 going all the way. So more than a third going the distance, giving everybody, include the players, their money's worth. Of those 150 matches, a running average of 85.49, which is very respectable.
79.
And checkout percentage of 33.67, which included 78 ton-plus checkouts.
100.
And we've already had
Scott, you require 144.
from Scott Williams, that beautiful 139. Another one of those would be handy. It would have left him on double 18.
120.
That leaves him on double 12.
Paul, you require 146.
So he's in position to go to the wire with Paul Hogan. And because he has failed on the 60 there, you can see his reaction. It looks like we will be going to the wire in this first
80.
game.
Scott, you require 24.
So it's double 12 to stay in the match.
Game
Likes double 6, obviously. Especially
Scott
now that
Williams.
he's hit it. He left it on purpose in a previous leg, going 2 for double 6. He didn't hit it that time, but he did on this occasion. And it's 3-3 in match number 1 tonight.
Final leg, it's Paul to throw first. $95.
Hogan could have won this 4-0. And that's just the backstory
57.
of this 6-leg game so far. But the one thing he hasn't had is a match start. From being 3-1 up, he's been reeled in And he's starting to make little errors that should bolster the chances of the man from Boston. That's a great first dart.
140.
Banks a 140 to give himself a lovely little 85 lead here.
$100.
Advantage Williams. He is behind by 15. But he should be scoring ton plus here.
97.
He'll settle for that. Superb from Paul Hogan to leave himself on 152. Not for the first time in this match. And if he gets it, he will equalise his biggest finish in a live league match this year.
57. But we require 100.
They can barely be separated. Another would be very handy.
140.
Well, double six is getting plenty of attention in this match.
150.
And it is going to get a look for the match this time.
90. But we require 12.
Scott Williams is poised. If given the chance.
Game shot
If
and the match.
turns to no. And Paul
Hogan
Hogan nicks this one by 4 legs to 3. It's been a very, very long match due to a couple of technical difficulties and indeed the fact that it went all the way. 86 for Scott Williams, 82 for Paul Hogan. Decent doubling stats from Paul in the end, and he only required 2 match darts to get over the line for the first 2 points of the night. We're going to take a short break now, but when we return, it is going to be Justin Smith of Wales for the first time since Phase 1, up against his countryman, Mike Warburton.
Hello?
went to a still shot. Not speaking as Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. We apologise from the bottom of our hearts for the interruption that we have had tonight due to technical difficulties. We sincerely hope that everything is now fixed so we can go forward and have our first all-Welsh clash of the night as we welcome Justin Smith back to the Online Darts Live League for his first games in quite a few months. Up against the 36-year-old in Mike Warburton from North Wales. So it is a north-south battle here between these two Welsh players who will fancy their chances in this Group B action.
Game on.
So their first game of the night to try and gain their first 2 points. They're chasing Paul Hogan,
100.
who won the first game of the night by 4 legs to 3 against Scott Williams. And one more Welshman will join us in the next match against Paul Hogan. And that is Richie Burnett, something to look forward to for you late night dart owls. And thank you for joining us on Sporty Stuff TV at this late hour. And we sincerely hope we can entertain you for the next 2 to 3 hours with some fantastic darting action.
140.
And 9 matches to go. But at this early stage, let me congratulate Mike Warburton in playing his 100th match here at the Online Darts Live League this
59.
year. So Mike has every right to raise his darts in the room, a la the same as a centurion would in cricket.
100.
Will he celebrate his 100th game with a win? Well, the 99 that went before resulted in 58 victories for a win percentage.
100.
You guessed it,
Justin,
58%.
161.
Early stage of this one, and Justin is looking the stronger with the darts.
90.
Nice use of the bullseye, good tactics. Either the 25 or the bullseye with that third dart would leave him on a 2-dart checkout.
100.
He's got some company in the
Justin, you
finishing zone
require
now.
71.
But this is a 2-darter for Justin.
Correct. 53.
This is double 18 for the 71.
Mike, you require 122.
And it is the 18 section for Warby. That will be the target right here. 3 18s required for a shot at the bull.
54.
He picks up 3 in total
Justin, you
to
require
leave himself
80.
in 2-dart range. But Justin Smith is going to split this 18.
Game
And he
shot
finds the
first
double
leg.
8 to get the 18
Justin
points he
Smith.
required for that first leg. A good start for Justin Smith, and you just get the feeling that a player like him, who hasn't been here for a while, needed that good start to get him settled.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
As for Justin's history here, 23 games he has played in total, and 10 wins for a win percentage of 43.5%.
180.
Our first maximum comes from the man they call Warby.
140.
Justin's checkout average is 34.44%, which is a very interesting statistic because when I was
42.
looking at everybody's history here throughout the course of 2021, it's very rare that we have 2 players on exactly the same checkout
81.
percentage for all of their efforts. 122 games have been played by this man here and his opponent, and they both have the same checkout percentage for the entire year
83.
of 34.44%. Just a little bit of a coincidence. But one of the stats that really stands out as we get our second 180 in this match,
180.
and Justin's first to leave a 2-darter, is the personal best average of the year for Mike. 111.33, which is equal third
140. Justin, you require 100.
in an individual effort this year. Double-double is not successful.
60.
He throws
Mike,
quickly.
you require 56.
He's a very natural talent is the 23-year-old. 2 darts at tops. 1 at 10s after the split.
36.
And Smith has a chance to double his lead.
You require 40. Game
Double his lead, he does. And don't underestimate just how dangerous this young man can be. He played a lot of live league darts during the lockdowns in 2020 and caused a lot of problems for some great talents.
Justin to throw first. Game on.
He's a bit fiery as well. You wouldn't expect anything else from a dragon from Wales. I had the privilege of playing Justin Smith last year in the live league. He was tough to beat.
100.
Very tough to beat. He indeed, from his 23 games this year, has a personal best average of 95.86. But I can confirm to you, from my experience from watching Justin, that there is another gear to be found there. He has a best check out of 133.
140.
And of the 5 players tonight, that's the second worst best finish. That was before play began. But now, because of the 139 that we saw from Scott Williams earlier,
208, yeah.
that is now the lowest best finish. At some point, maybe Justin Smith is going to improve on that 133 best. And his running average of 82.59. Well, I'm sure that's going to improve because in this match he's averaging over 103.
100. Justin, you require 170.
Chance to go 3-0 up. Can he get the big one? The big fish?
140.
He almost improved on that 133 about 30 seconds after I mentioned it. 161 is Warby's personal best this year. Can he equal it? Oh, it's a beauty from Mike Warburton to get his first leg of the night. That really does deserve an instant replay. The 51 followed by the 60 and then the bullseye in the left-hand portion gives him his first leg in this contest and he's back in the match. Well worth waiting for. That will hurt Justin Smith, who narrowly missed out on the 170 for 3-0. And he genuinely thought he was coming back for his very small 2-darter.
57.
Superb game from both players. Averaging in 3 figures, the two of them. And really showing us what they can do.
60.
In a year that has been all about Welsh darts. I've mentioned it many times. The world champion, Welsh. The world number 1, Welsh. The Premier League champion, Welsh. The Masters champion, Welsh. Multiple PDC events won this year. From Wales. Phase 2 won by a Welshman. Phase 3 won by a Welshman. Phase 4, question mark. You'll have to wait until September the 18th to find out who wins this phase. But before we get there, you've got to get to Champions Week. And in order to do that, you first have to get into the Saturday finals this week.
100.
And via this group, it's top 3 of the 5 players in the table. There will also be 2 players from Group C. And the other one is Jared Cole, who has already qualified from Group A. He's got his feet up at home in Hertfordshire, waiting to see who he's up against on Saturday night. That will be live on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m. And it will be me in the hot seat, calling the shots in. Treble 18 was the target. Now Warburton has a chance to level the match with a 1-2-1.
121.
That puts pay to that. But he can leave it handy.
45.
He definitely wanted more than that.
24.
But it may be of no consequence as Justin Smith goes for double 12
Game
and
show on
finds
the
double
foreplay.
12 for a 3-1
Justin
advantage. The younger of the two is finding the better position. This one could be done 4-0 if he'd have hit that 170, but he still has a little bit more work to do.
Fifth leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
It's very impressive. 100.63, 50% on doubles. A very accomplished performance from this
58.
23-year-old talent from South Wales. It doesn't matter where you go in the great nation of Wales, whether it's the north, the south,
140.
the middle, the west. There's darting talent everywhere. Just over the last couple of days,
60.
I've had a few hours to myself, and I've reacquainted myself with the two world finals that Richie Burnett was in 1995 and 1996.
140.
One of which he won, the other one he lost to Steve Beaton. Featured in more finals after that. But they really were the heydays, the early heydays of Richie Burnett, and he will follow after this against Paul Hogan.
60.
2-4-3 in possibly 6. Well, it's not going to be 6 now because you can't leave a finish from 2-2-3 with one dart.
39.
And Warburton will be loving the fact that that second dart hit the floor.
161.
Just makes things a little bit easier, but you've already seen that he's hit this. Can he do it again? Can he do it? He doesn't have to, and he's not going to.
129.
That's the professional play. As tempting as it is, that was the right thing to do with Justin on 204.
$100. Mike, you require 32.
As we see in the game, you left it. Double 8. Don't miss. Justin's waiting.
24.
104 for the match.
Justin, you require
Both averaging 96 in this game, and it has been a very decent contest. There's 54 of them. He wants to leave double 16. It is double 16, and it is the match to Justin Smith, who finds a ton plus checkout to win by 4 legs to 1. Little flick of the flight on the way through for that single. He then finds the double 16 right in the middle towards the bottom portion. But that was a very, very tidy performance from him. An average, as you can see, of over 96.6. And I believe that is his best performance here this year. So everybody better watch out. After the break, we're going to see Paul Hogan return to possibly double his tally. And in his way, it is going to be the 1995 world champion. That is the Prince of Wales, Richie Burnett. So stay with us until we come back after the break. Hello and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League here live on Sporty Stuff TV. Paul the Asset Nicholson calling in today's action. And we've just seen our best performance of the entire day from Justin Smith. What will we get from Richie Burnett as he gets his first match of the night underway against Paul Hogan? So let's get down to the board to see these two. A really interesting fact for you when talking about these two is that in 1995, Richie Burnett won the world title. But that very same year, two very interesting players made their debut in a world championship at that tournament. One of them was Peter Wright, the 2020 world champion. And the other one was Paul Hogan.
Hey, first leg it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
I used to do something really interesting at the Lakeside back then. When the men's final was taking place, they used to get a guard of honour as they walked on the stage. All of the players that had played in the tournament would straddle the walk-on and give them a guard of honour as they graced the stage with their country's flag.
60.
I think it'd be really interesting if they brought that back at Alexandra Palace. Times are different now.
140.
But it's good looking back at those tournaments. But one thing Richie Burnett has been doing this year is not looking back. He's been looking forward to playing here.
140.
And he has had plenty of success. Indeed, Hogan and Burnett have met here this year on 2 occasions, with 1 win each.
140.
All the way back at the end of March. Long time ago. First meeting was won by Hogan by 4 legs to 1.
60.
And the following day,
Richie
4-3 to Burnett. And both games were pretty useful. About as useful as this first leg from Richie.
45.
Somewhat puzzling misses at the 36 bed. Could have been an 11 darter. Could have been a 12.
Richie required 36.
Can still be a 13, 14 or 15. Door number 1. Locked. Door number 2.
Game shot
opened.
The first leg.
14 darter it is.
Burnett.
And the average you get for a 14 darter is 107.36, which is exactly the record average in Phase 4 by James Richardson. Nobody has got close to that so far. But as far as this week is concerned, Richie Burnett has got the closest with an average of 101.9 in destroying Darren Beveridge on Tuesday. He has
81.
had a very decent year. He won the Sporty Stuff TV trophy and then picked up another piece of glassware.
140.
And a cheque for £6,000 as well in winning Phase 2 against Sean McDonald in the final. But Richie
60.
Burnett is one of the only players who was qualified for the Champions Week finals. And indeed,
26.
in the 1 week he has played in both Phase 2 and 3, he has made the finals on the Saturday on both occasions. So if he makes the finals again this week via Group B in getting to the top 3 spots, he will keep up that record of constantly making the finals when he plays. It's very impressive for a man at 54 years of age, who a lot of people thought that maybe his career was on the wane.
139.
It is very much still alive. Great 140 to pressurise the 96 left for Hoagie. Stays on the 60 maybe. Yeah, it was a good lie. He could have slid it over the top, and he should have done a single 16. He's bust the lot, and Burnett will think it's Christmas. He needs to go high on the single. Hogan shaking his head.
60.
And for someone who
All
should
you
be sitting on a
require,
double right now,
96.
he's got to do all of the donkey work again. But that's a great dart. Double 9.
Game show.
Oh, it's right in the corner.
Paul
A
Hogan.
couple of times earlier this week, we saw someone bust their shot and then take it the next visit. Well, look who's just done it this time. It's Paul Hogan who rescues that mission.
It's Richie to throw first.
And that
Game on.
96 will make him get a large sigh of relief.
81.
If this is your first time watching Richie Burnett, you might think that his action is very ragged. Well, when he's delivering the dart,
60.
it's technically brilliant, but he does have this tendency to accentuate certain darts. The neck snaps back, as you can see there. That's something he can't stop.
140.
But on the third dart, he tends to almost pas de bourrée his way to a follow-through. Just makes for better viewing.
100.
The most violent of his follow-throughs, or accentuations with his back leg, has been nicknamed the scorpion kick.
120.
So, as you can see with that left leg kicking back there, if you are his opponent, give yourself some room. I've played Richie on many occasions.
41.
I was giving myself at least 2 meters
Richie
of space.
require 160.
The last thing you want in a non-contact sport is a kick in the knee.
'81.
Turned a questionable visit into a half-decent one there. And so far it's going with the darts.
100.
Now if Richie chooses
Richie
to go for the
requires
treble
79.
13 here, I wouldn't blame him because Hogan can't finish. 66. So treble 10. That's found to leave double 18, and both of these players like double 18.
43.
You'd call that the professional miss. You'd rather have 3 darts at double 18
100.
than 3 darts at double 9.
Richie required 36.
Superb guide.
18.
He will despise
Paul,
the
you
second
require
2
100.
darts. You can see his gesticulation in the background. And I'm amazed that Paul
60.
Hogan went for 2 doubles there, because the lie after that first dart
Richie require 80.
for the 60 was delicious. Doesn't have to move. And this leg is being gifted to Paul Hogan if he can take it.
10.
So many missed
Paul, you
doubles, which
require
are going to
40.
really threaten his confident mood. Double 5.
35.
Hogan makes the same errors on different
Richie
doubles.
require 8.
7 visits down for both players in leg 3. And Burnett is sitting on double 4.
Game
And
shot on
takes
the
it.
third leg.
Earlier in the week,
Richie Burnett.
when he was playing in Group A, he had 3 days of very good darts most of the time. And that's why he's in Group B. But double 4
Four-legged
was an
Paul to
ally
throw
for him.
first. Game on. 100.
What you get from these two is an old school approach. They don't go for the fancy kit. They don't go for the fancy dart shirts.
180.
They just play the game that they played back in the 90s. But these two can still mix it with the best.
95.
Maybe the averages in this game don't reflect how good they're playing right now. Burnett at 87, Hogan at 82. I assure you, if these two are playing in the World Seniors next year in early February, the first time that event is being run, these two are going to have a say.
140.
Paul Hogan plays a lot of darts and he mixes it with work. He works very early most mornings and then plays very late, which is exactly what he's doing today.
95.
It's a very, very tough mix. Richie's been cashing in this year
84.
from playing darts at the Live League.
Richie require 86.
He's done better than most. This would be a very handy checkout to give himself a little bit of breathing space at the bull.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
Confirmed by our referee,
Richie
it
Burnett.
is in the bullseye. And that is a beautiful lead of 3-1 for Richie Burnett. There it is. Pop. Just like that.
If leg, it's Richie
and
to throw
into the
first.
centre circle.
Game on.
I am sure there are a lot of Richie Burnett fans tuning in tonight,
180.
wanting him to make it to Saturday night again, to protect that record of always making a weekly final in a phase.
45.
He can't get enough of this. He did an interview with us at the end of phase 2 when he won, and he said he just loves playing the game.
100.
He's still so talented, still so dangerous, and still so watchable.
100.
I'm sure at some point in his career he's going to have a book written about himself and the experiences in his life. He's got some stories to tell.
60.
There have been some very good biographies from dart players, but I think the best 2 could possibly be Richie Burnett and
60.
maybe one from my fellow commentator Chris
Richie
Mason
require
one day.
161.
That could be rather interesting. This is Burnett's game to lose. He's looking to set up possibly 36 again.
$95.
66 remain for a 4-1 win to go at the top of the table, level on points and leg difference with his countryman Justin Smith after his
41.
very impressive
Richie requires
performance
66.
with an average of 96.62. But Burnett is pretty close to that himself as he gets his first match dart at tops.
Game shot
Only one he
and the
requires,
match.
and he does go
Richie
to the top of the
Burnett.
table with Justin Smith after one game. A beautiful, beautiful double top right in the middle. Wonderfully done by Richie Burnett, and you don't get a better 66 checkout than that usually. 95.58 is one of his best performances of the week. Not quite his best, but he took advantage of a somewhat lackluster performance there from Paul Hogan. So 3 matches in, we're going to go to match 4 after the break, and we will welcome back Justin Smith after his first win of the night. And he's up against Scott Williams after the break. Hello and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League for Thursday evening. We've got match 4 about to begin for you. Scott Williams from Boston in Lincolnshire is making his return to the hockey after playing in match 1. And he's up against Justin Smith, who had a great start in match 2. A wonderful game which saw him register his best average here this year so far. And knowing Justin as I do, that will fill him full of confidence.
Okay, first leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
So the Welsh are taking charge in this group, and they do outnumber the two English players, Scott Williams and Paul
60.
Hogan. And they're making their presence felt. That average from Richie Burnett in the last game of 95.58 is one of his best performances of the week so far in his 4th consecutive day of action. Justin Smith has played only one match this week and has already put in a personal best.
92.
So what can he do in addition to that? 3 more matches for him tonight. And here he goes again.
120.
Only 120 there. The third dart was what we call a Robin Hood. It pinged in one of his stems, and if the point is not touching the board, it will not register points. But there's the maximum amount of points you can get with 3 darts.
140.
Great recovery from Justin Smith, who gets to the finish first. Two very swift players here.
41.
No hesitation.
You require 141.
When they reach that 7'9¼ hockey. 45 coming in. Would have left him on double 18 if he'd found it.
Scott, you require 128.
Should be the 18s here. 60 for Bull. And Smith has got a chance
48.
to break the throw
Justin, you require
in
56.
the first leg of the contest. Double 18 option taken.
Game show on
And
the
double
first leg.
18 option is
Justin
plucked
Smith.
out of thin air. A beautiful 14 darter from Justin Smith. And he just continues to impress. That's his 5th leg win of the night.
Justin to throw first.
At only the expense of 1, which he lost to Mike Warburton on a 161 checkout. And that was after
60.
he had just missed the bull for a 170. So there's not much going wrong for Justin, the 23-year-old.
177.
Superb start from Scott. Could he possibly
140.
bank another 3 treble visit here to give us a little look at a 9 darter? The answer is no from the man in yellow and black.
57.
It's been driving me a little bit crazy, his dart shirt, all night long. I've been wondering what it reminds me of. Now, there may be a lot of dart fans out there thinking,
140.
well, it looks like a Dave Chisnell shirt. It's a different colour palette. It's a different yellow, in my opinion. But it does remind me of the
59.
MLS shirt of
Justin,
the
you
Columbus
require
Crew.
161.
It is a football jersey that I own. Somewhat random, I know.
95.
But the bright yellow and black is the colour of the MLS team in Ohio.
128.
Nice lead from Scott. Nice use of the 18s
Justin,
there.
you require 66.
But Justin Smith is down to a small number after 12 again. 20. Again, it's double 18.
30.
And that miss could be costly.
Scott, you require 80.
Double 10.
Game
Oh,
show
it's
on
a
the
good
second
finish.
leg.
Because Scott Williams
Scott Williams.
misses that, and he could be in all sorts of trouble. It actually was a valuable miss, in my opinion, with that
There
second
gets
dart,
Scott
because if
to
it's
throw
too
first.
close with those bulbous
Game
barrels,
on.
it would make the second shot even harder. So the rangefinder was good enough but it gives him enough room
180.
to punch it with dart 3, and then he starts again with another big 3 treble visit. A 177 in the last leg, and this time it's a 180. Good backup shot this time. And Justin Smith, who started with a 140, knows right now that he's got a game on his hands.
99.
This has got potential of being just as good, if not better, than game 2 between Smith and Warburton. Currently, they're both
128.
averaging over 3 figures. And no matter where Scott Williams goes on the board, whether it's the 60, the 19s, or the 18s, he's getting success right now.
98. Scott, you require 93.
This time he'll have to go to the treble 19. Treble 18 would have left him on double 10 again. But all he can do is lay up for tops
53.
and hope that Justin Smith does not take this
Justin,
biggie.
you require 164.
That's a great lie. For the bullseye.
160.
Give it a good try. He has missed the bull on a 170 and a 164 tonight. Surely he's going to hit a big one at some point. Scott Williams does take double 10 for the second time in this match, and he takes the lead for the very first time as well. Justin Smith averaging in 3 figures after 3 legs, but not good enough for the lead.
4th leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
Just to give people an indication of
97.
how strong things have been in Phase 4. And this is, of course, the second week of Phase 4. The best average we've seen
41.
in the last couple of weeks. 107.36 from James Richardson. We've seen 270 finishes. And indeed, they've both come this week.
100.
One of them, in fact, came this morning from Connor Scott, the debutant. The other from Scott Marsh. We already have 3 players in Champions Week.
140.
They qualified live on Sporty Stuff TV on Saturday night just gone. Rob Owen of Wales. There you go. More Welsh good news.
100.
Nick Fulwell and Rob Collins of England have joined him for Champions Week, which will start on September the 13th.
59.
Williams will be looking to get through this group and make his way towards a Saturday finals for the second time in 2 attempts. The last time he was there, he could only muster up a 5th place. So he'll be looking to go at least one better.
40. Justin, you require 64.
Treble 16's the target. That's found. Double 4.
56.
And the dart retrieval from left hand to right hand wasn't pure there. And I'm surprised he even threw it. I'm surprised he didn't step back and reset.
140.
He definitely can't afford
Justin,
a mistake on this occasion.
8.
Not the way that Scott Williams is finishing.
Game shot on the
And he makes
flag.
his mark in double 2
Smith.
for a 17 darter. And this one is a very good contest. Locked at 2-all. We haven't had a 4-3 since game 1, which involved Scott Williams, of course.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
2 4-1 score lines since that first game, when Scott lost 4 legs to 3 to Paul Hogan.
81.
When talking about players and where they're from, I like to dig into the history books and
140.
see what other talent has come from that area. When it comes to Justin's area of Wales, you talk about Cardigan and you think of Jamie Lewis. Of course,
98.
a very good youth talent. And a semi-finalist at the PDC World Championship. a matter of only a few seasons ago.
180.
But that easy throw of Justin Smith has found his way to 181 after 6. Power scoring.
125.
And good consistency from him. Giving him an excellent chance of breaking the throw here in leg 5. When you think of Southwest Wales,
100.
right now, everybody talks about Johnny Clayton. One of the nicest men in the game. And one of the best players in the world right now.
139. Justin, you require 81.
Justin massages inner Johnny Clayton, his inner ferret, for double 18.
72.
2 costly misses.
Got your require.
He
58.
should be 3-2 up. And he might be 3-2 behind. But Scott's got to get the single first. It's double 18.
40.
And that one was just a bit scrappy.
Justin, you require 9.
He's lucky to have this chance. Double 4.
Game shown
Well
the
found.
5th flag.
Sometimes
Justin
you just
Smith.
got to unwrap the gift that comes your way. You don't get any freebies in the game. That's one of my favourite sayings. You're the one who's got to hit the outer ring, and Justin just did that.
6th flag, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
His average is still in 3 figures. So he's on for another personal best.
180.
And we've already seen in 2021 on the PDC Pro Tour that when personal bests start to happen, they can come in clusters.
41.
Someone by the name of Ryan Searle ended up getting 3 personal bests in a matter of 4 days. About a month ago,
140.
he went from a personal best of around 109 to 112 in the matter of a week. Now, Justin Smith
56.
has averaged more than 100 on more than one occasion in a live league match in 2020. But as far as this year is concerned, this is a different level to what he's been doing before.
135.
And he's on for an 11 darter to finish the job and be the first player to 4 points in this group.
60.
He is playing
Justin,
properly.
you require 46.
And at the stroke of midnight here in the UK, he looks at double 16
14.
and has plenty of time to spare. There is
44.
nothing that Scott Williams can do
Justin,
about
you require
what
32.
Justin Smith has done over the last 12 darts. How many darts are left in this match? Well, Justin, it's still there. You've just got to find it.
No score.
How did that miss? He found the inside of the barrel, but he didn't get the kind kick. I think even Scott saw the funny side of that. He might think slightly differently
40.
in a second because he's probably about to
Justin, you
lose his
require
second match of the night.
32.
And he has
Game
lost his
shot
second
and the
match of the night. This time by
Justin
4
Smith.
legs to 2. But Justin Smith is the chief of Group B so far. A little shake of the head before he plants that second dart in the 32 bed. And he is at top of the table on 4 points with, is it? Yes, it is. Another personal best performance, 98.49. But if you look at the checkout statistics, it could and should have been a little bit better. So there is room for improvement. Mike Warburton is about to take on Richie Burnett in our 5th match of the night. They've had plenty of action already this week, and they're about to do battle for a 4th time. And that comes after the break. Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League for Friday morning now. We've passed the midnight hour, so let's get cracking with match number 5. It's an all-Welsh encounter between Warby and the Prince of Wales, Richie Burnett. They have done battle already this week 3 times.
Game on.
And in fact, they have done battle before 10 times in total. So this is match number 11 between the two in their careers.
140.
As far as this week is concerned, it is Mike Warburton who has the better of the spoils. He won on Monday by 4-0, catching Richie a little bit cold.
140.
He won again on Tuesday by 4-3 as Richie warmed up a bit. But then Richie turned things around yesterday by winning 4-3 himself. The overall amount of times they've played each other
60.
in the Online Darts Live League this year is 9 times. And it is Burnett who has the better of the tally there with a 5-4 lead. But the one time they've played away from here in a competitive environment,
180.
as we see our first maximum of the match from Burnett, maybe a sign that we're going to get another great performance here from a Welshman. The one
59.
competitive match they've had was won by Mike Warburton on the Challenge Tour this year. So every meeting they've had has been in 2021. So they know each other's game inside out as it stands at the minute. And when Warby was playing against Justin Smith, another Welshman in match 2,
100.
Justin Smith was playing brilliantly.
Richie requiring 96.
I think he's going to be up against another brilliant performance here. The way that Richie has started. 74 left with the last dart in hand.
36. Mike, you require.
And the one leg Mike has won today was with a big finish. It was a 161. And that equalised his best finish of the year.
100. Richie, you require 60.
With the way that Richie's darts stand in the board, he's going to have to be careful with this single. That's decent. That opens the bet up.
Game shot.
Beautifully
the first
done.
leg.
And that is the
Richie
first leg
Burnett.
to Richie Burnett. This all Welsh clash. It really does promise something at this early hour of Friday. Both really in need of the points
Second leg,
to bolster their position in Group B. Mike, after he lost his first game, needs to get back on the winning track. And Burnett is trying to keep pace with Justin Smith, who was the first person to 4 points after 2 matches.
97.
At the end of this one, everybody will have played 2 matches, and we reach the halfway point of our coverage tonight.
100.
Plenty of games to go. And after this one, we will get Justin Smith versus Paul Hogan.
100.
Back in Phase 1, which was at the infancy of the Live League this year, Mike Warburton set a record for Group A of winning 13 of his 15 matches on the Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday group. That week, he went to the finals and didn't have a great deal of fun on the Saturday night.
140.
That's the one thing that is really missing from his experience here this year. This is his 101st match. He has won 58 of them. That's a very, very good record. But he has not done well in finals yet when he gets there. Richie Burnett, when he makes finals, does the business.
100.
Richie looking to get to the finals again. When he plays during the week, he doesn't fail to make the Saturday finals night.
Richie requires 64.
Time for the 16s. And gets 3 of them.
Game
And he
shot
gets
on the
16
second
more
leg.
on top of that for a
Richie
2-0
Burnett.
lead. Everything seems to be going the way of Mike Warburton's opponents tonight. He seems to be, well, finding the way to give his opponents the right form.
Game on.
The way I see it is, Mike's not playing poorly. He's averaging 97 in this game. But for some reason tonight,
80.
everybody wants to play well against Mike. Now, it's not personal, I assure you. It's just a mark of respect that everybody knows how good Mike is. So they have to be sharp for it.
59.
I know exactly what I'm talking about because I remember playing Mike in the Live League last year. And every time I played him, we had a little chat before the game. Everything was nice and calm. But when it was game on, there was a tense... Well, not tense is probably the wrong word. There was a slight intensity about what was about to happen because we both
58.
knew that we were capable of special things. You know you're not going to get away with much with Mike. And you're going to have to be really, really good.
140.
And the moment Richie takes his foot off the pedal, like he has done at the start of leg 3 here, Warburton presses the accelerator.
60.
The one worrying thing, the one worrying trend this week, and maybe the reason why Richie Burnett did not win Group A, is because too many times
81.
he was getting 2-0 leads and squandering them. And when he got a little lead against Paul Hogan, he did not look back from that one. But he has to stay strong in mind
44.
at this early hour on Friday.
Mike, you require 100.
Otherwise, the always energetic Mike Warburton will snap at him. No big dramas on that single one, because he will be back after this visit.
40.
And he will return for 60.
$100.
He doesn't have any company.
Mike, you requires 60.
As Richie waves off this leg potentially, with Warburton looking at something very familiar. Double 10.
50.
He hasn't really accelerated towards this third leg. He's had 100 points and has failed to take it in 6 darts.
100. Mike, you require
This situation
10.
could get very sticky if he doesn't find this double 5.
Game shot on the third.
Well, that
leg.
is leg over, and he has
Mike
every
Warburton.
right to have a sigh of relief at the end of it. I was shocked to see him not take the 60 checkout, because this week he's been finding it with ease.
Fourth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game
On at least 3 occasions, when he's been left on 60, he has hit 20 and tops. And he hasn't had any trouble with it.
135.
I've had one of our regular viewers tweet me in the last 20 minutes asking me what is the latest I've ever finished a darts tournament.
140.
Of course, some of these players are very used to playing into the early hours because of our late start time on Thursday and Friday and Saturday. But I did finish a tournament once in Wagga Wagga, New South Wales, at about 2 a.m.
180.
That was a long tournament, believe me. It started at 9:30 in the morning and finished at 2 the next morning. We had a lot of games to play.
140.
It's fair to say in the tournament the very next day, I didn't do very well. I indeed made the semi-finals, but
94.
I don't remember a great deal about them because I was so tired from the previous day. This is a good reply from Richie Burnett, because that third leg didn't really deliver anything in the way
100.
of brilliance.
Richie, you require
And as
92.
soon as that leg was over, He has wiped the slate clean and figured out what to do to get to 3-1.
52.
But he has to dodge a bullet here because Warburton's done really well to leave this finish after 9 himself. This one is threatening. It is the bullseye.
96.
Oh, that's close. Agonizingly close.
Richie, you require 40.
To palm Warburton off. Getting closer.
20.
Not close enough.
Mike, you require 25.
Should be 3-1 Burnett. Ooh, he's lucky that it didn't hit the treble. That would have bust the lot. But as it turns out, he's got 1 dart at double 4.
17.
And I think he will blame nobody
Richie,
but himself
20.
for only getting 1 dart at a double.
Game shot on the
Burnett gets
layer.
2 more.
Richie
And he
Burnett
was gifted that opportunity by the missed single from Mike Warburton. And it does pan out that it is 3-1 eventually. Could have been very different, but the scoreline doesn't lie.
Fifth leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
We can talk about what you deserved to have, what you should have hit,
100.
otherwise known as shoulda, woulda, couldas. But this game is littered with statistics that can lie to you, like averages
96.
and other things. But the one thing that doesn't lie, the leg count. You get what you deserve.
140.
Burnett needs 2 big trebles to get in touch with Warburton here.
60.
Richie showing off his balancing skills there. Spends a lot of time with that left foot off the ground. But you see the statuesque nature of the throw of Warburton.
100.
One of the reasons why I believe his throw is one of the best out there. Superb stance. Immensely statuesque. Beautiful set position before he
59.
throws. And a really smooth
Mike,
extension of
require
that right arm.
161.
It really is an action that if you want to mimic someone's throw, look no further.
$137.
Excellent. From the man from Wrexham. He's been stuck on 161 at least 3 times tonight. He's taken the check out. He's set it up brilliantly on the 2 other occasions. And double 6 is punctuated with some ferocity. I don't know whether you heard that pop in the middle portion of that double 6, but that was about as good a double 6 as you will ever see for 3-2 down.
Sixth flag, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Some doubles that you hit have a little bit of wire involved. When you see the steel tip of the dart just crunch against the steel of the wire. But some other shots,
99.
like that double 6 from Mike Warburton, it's what I call a landlocked dart. It was nowhere near the coast. It was pure sisal and point. And that thud that you hear sometimes is such a lovely
60.
sound. The last time Burnett lost a leg,
45.
he was on something very small after 9 darts. That's not going to happen in this 6th leg. I fancy that maybe we might go the distance.
100.
And as far as this week is concerned, it would be 4-3 in this fixture for the 3rd day in a row. They will play each other 5 times this week. And they will hope that they will play each other a 6th time, because if they do, that means they've qualified through this group and they are into Saturday night.
81.
They have had every single possible result in all of their games in 2021. There has been a 4-1, a 4-0, a 4-2 and a 4-3. And lots of those results have been repeated. But no game is the same. The highest winning average in one of their fixtures came from Warby on the 29th of July, averaging 99.89. We are yet to see a ton plus average in one of their games, and we're not going to get one here. Because Warburton, with the better average in here, is 93.
100.
And Burnett at 87. With a maximum of 1.5 legs to go, they're not going to make 100. The more manageable finish belongs to Warby.
153.
But this is for the match. $113. I wouldn't blame him if he goes south here.
59.
No trouble.
Mike, you require 130.
To take us all the way, and Richie Burnett is livid in the background. He'll be looking at the board now, feeling a little bit more pleased.
78.
Because he's given a chance at the 94, which
Richie require 94.
he does have options for. He has to make his mind up as to which route he wants. Now 76 left. He can go 2 double 19s. He can go 60 for double 8 or double 18 tops or vice versa. He went for the old school.
54.
There was another option there as well because of the lie. He could have gone for treble 18 double 11. But this is tops and this is in. And for the 3rd consecutive day, we are going to the wire in this one. Maybe Richie Burnett should have got himself a match start, but he wasn't able to cultivate one. Will he get one in like 7?
7th and final leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
So for only the 2nd time tonight, we are going to the 7th leg.
100.
The table reads as such. Justin Smith on 4 points. Richie Burnett in 2nd on 2. Then followed by Paul Hogan. Warburton and Scott Williams
100.
At the foot of the table on 0. But if Mike does get the points here, Justin Smith will be the only person on 4 points after 2 games played by everybody.
83.
He will be the chief for now. Splendid.
180.
What a time to get your 2nd. In fact, it's his 3rd 180 of this contest.
55.
Warburton has none. He isn't noted as a big 180 hitter. And their efforts in Group A really do prove that.
60.
Warburton hit 10 180s in the first 3 days this week. Richie Burnett hit 19. Almost double that of his opponent. And the Burnett 180 in this leg has proved to be key because it got him to the finish first. But his opponent has a more doable out, as he gets to 126.
105.
I like that play from Burnett.
Mike, you require 126.
He gets him to the 2 darter, that 25. But he has to sit and wait. And now he has the chance because the 57 is not hit.
82.
Needed treble 19 in Bull to take the
Richie
match.
require 56.
And for the first time in this match, we're going to see someone go for a match dart. It's at tops for Richie Burnett. 10s.
46.
Huge misses. And Warburton
Mike
is
to
sitting on
require
Motown.
44.
He's going to go the other way. He's not going to go 4 tops.
Game
He's going to go
shot
for
and
12
the
double
match.
16. And that
Mike
is a huge
Warburton.
win for Mike Warburton, because if he lost that one, he was in trouble in this group. Only 8 games per player. And if he lost his first 2, that would mean that he could only get 12 in total by winning the rest of them. He did have the better average in the end and the better checkouts. So the stats say that the right person won in the end. But he did, of course, negate 2 match darts from Richie Burnett. We've completed half of our schedule for the night, and we're going to go into match 6 and get another look at the very impressive Justin Smith. And this time he's up against Paul Hogan. That's coming up shortly after the break. Thank you for your company for the Online Darts Live League for early Friday morning. We've got plenty of action coming for you in the next 5 games. And we now have table topper as it stands, Justin Smith, going for a 3rd personal best in a row for his year. And as you can see from our graphic in the bottom left of your screen, he is in the best position that you can be. Undefeated from his first 2 games. And if he keeps playing the way he has played this evening, he might not taste defeat at all.
Hey, first leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
He will play 2 of the next 3 games. First against Paul Hogan and then against Richie Burnett in match 8.
180.
To complete his quota for the evening of 4 matches. But this one is starting with promise.
140.
Come on, lads. Make this one worth waiting for. Worth staying up for.
140.
I'm sure we have some darting night owls. And whenever I say night owls, I'm reminded of a very famous DJ from when I was growing up in the northeast of England by the name of Alan Robson. He used to have a radio show.
60.
And his famous catchphrase was, "Get to those phones." Well, for these players, it's get to those
60.
trebles.
But we require 121.
His radio show was called The Night Owls, and this is a night owl shot
103.
for Crocodile Dundee, who misses double 18 for a 12 darter.
140. But we
Such
require
ease
80.
with that throw from Justin Smith. But Paul Hogan splits, going for 2 double 8.
2.
And he might taste defeat
You require
in this first
101.
leg if Justin Smith finds a 15 darter. Misses the treble 15. We are seeing a lot of treble 15 action
65.
tonight from
But we
Justin
require
Smith,
60.
Richie Burnett and Paul Hogan. Double 4.
Game shown
Doesn't
the first
make
leg.
another mistake.
Paul Hogan.
And I myself am having a bit of a sigh of relief on Paul's part there, because I remember when he missed 2 key shots at double 8 to beat Glenn Durrant in the World Championship a few years ago.
Second leg, it's Justin to throw first.
On this occasion,
Game on.
he had another dart in hand and found double 4. Just imagine.
60.
It was the year where Glenn Durrant won his first Lakeside Championship. And in round 2, he faced Crocodile Dundee.
140.
And Paul Hogan missed 2 match darts at double 8. And if he hit that, who's to say that Glenn Durrant would have won
60.
any world titles? The ripple effect of possibly losing to Hoagie
140.
may have resulted in Glenn not winning that tournament, but consequently he did win it. And he won it twice more after that year.
60.
I'm pretty sure he would have won it anyway, even if he lost to Paul Hogan. I'll tell you what,
140.
if Paul Hogan did beat Glenn Durrant there, we could be staring at a world champion.
60. But we require 81.
Treble 15, yet again, is the source for an 81
Game shown the
checkout.
second leg.
And that is an 11
Paul
darter,
Hogan.
equalising the best leg of the week, deserving an instant replay, right in the centre of the 45, the northern portion of the 36.
Paul to throw first.
And he is trying
Game
to
on.
make Justin Smith taste defeat for the first time in this session.
41. 60.
I don't have a record of these two ever meeting before. So Justin Smith is tasting what the professional amateur can do.
140.
And he's getting the best level from Paul Hogan.
140.
Justin has regressed a little bit in standard. Started with a 96 against Mike Warburton in match 2. Kept going with a 98.49 average in his second match, but he's gone backwards here. Only averaging 76 so far.
41.
I wouldn't blame some of these players for getting a tiny bit tired at this time, but they knew what they were signing up for when they were put into Group B. This is better. Powerful scoring.
180, but we require 80.
Is he into the zone in time? It's got to be the 15s. Well, that was a gamble. Going for the 25 with 65 left and only 2 darts left.
80.
That was a huge, huge risk. It's got to be a smart single 20 here. It's very good.
60.
Can't find the tops. And Hogan is dodging bullets. One dart left.
20.
That he can't use.
Justin, you require 20.
Same bed. Different player. Different result.
Third leg.
And Smith
Justin
waves off. And he gives something that I really don't like. The apologising for winning the leg. I can't stand it. Your job is to win legs. Don't apologise for that.
First. Game on. $97.
He's getting better. The average is creeping up towards 82 now. And Hogan is down to 94. But what
41.
An opportunity that was to be 3-0 up. Especially against a player
96.
who started slowly. Who may now find a way back.
60.
I find it very impressive that a lot of the young players coming through have all got beards. Justin Smith, Connor Scott, Luke Humphreys, Steve Lennon. They've all got beards. Am I missing something? These older players like Richie Burnett and Paul Hogan.
100.
I, in fact, was taught a lesson by Bobby George, the great Bobby George. And he used to say to me, every time I see you, you haven't had a shave. So every time I know I'm going to see Bobby George now, I make sure I pack my razor. Because the last thing you want to do is be told off by Bobby.
41. Justin, you require 83.
We should have a level game. What could have been 3-0 could well be
51.
2-2 in a matter of seconds.
$59.
Not good tactics
Justin,
from 259 there from
32.
Hogan. He was never really going to leave a finish. But what kind of angle can he cultivate from here? He's throwing from the right-hand side this time.
No score.
And that doesn't work. He's got time on his side.
100.
Can he get it right
Justin,
this
you
time?
require 32.
He was afforded the mistake last time because of Hogan's position. He can't afford to miss this one. And he does it. He gets it done in the last chance saloon. And there was a bit of a smile from the back of the room from Paul Hogan as if to say, I know you're going to get it with the last dart. And he did for 2-2.
If like it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
There aren't many people around the south of England, and indeed the world of darts, who dislike Paul Hogan. He is one of the nice guys at the circuit. And every bit of success that he's had has been greeted with a lot of glee from his fellow players. He has batted
60.
alongside some of the great Hampshire legends, the likes of Andy Jenkins, Colin Monk, James Wade, and some of the other legends
45.
that have graced England shirts over the years. He's played for England multiple occasions over the course of nearly 30 years.
99.
And he's got a very rare accolade of hitting a 9-darter in an England shirt.
60.
If you want to see that one, it is available on YouTube. It's worth a look.
58.
Because that was one fabulous perfect leg.
'81.
This one has slowed down a bit. Are we starting to see the players in the second half of play tonight
140.
just decelerate a little bit and possibly tire as we approach 1 a.m.
105.
I like
Justin,
that.
You require 144.
He gets himself to a simple looking treble, single, double equation. 66 left for Justin Smith.
87. But
That
we
will
require
do.
110.
Providing he's given a shot at it. Treble 18 surely. Look at that beauty.
92.
Oh, we had to wait. The flight was in the
Justin,
way,
you
and our
require
referee Owen
57.
Binks confirmed that it was inside that double. Tops for 3-2.
Game
What
show on
a
the
puzzling
fifth
game this is.
Justin
Is
Smith.
this going to be Justin Smith's night? Because he could easily have been 3-0 down, and a few legs later, he's 3-2 up.
Sick flag, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
Sometimes you just have an evening or a session where everything goes your way. Now, he has not played his best darts in this match.
140.
He's been nowhere near the standard of his first two matches. In fact, he's down about 15 points in average.
140.
But he's still found the lead. He's still in position to win.
100.
And when he's been in position to win tonight, he has done it quickly. They are mimicking each other in this sixth leg. 140 followed by a ton by both players. And the
91.
leave of 170 is there to possibly end the match in the best possible way. He's got to go for it.
140. Justin, you require.
And he's already missed it on the bull tonight. I
98.
see nothing but class
Well,
in this leg.
121.
Is it going to be finished with another touch of it? That could be the end.
43. Justin, you require
Cardigan's
72.
Justin Smith closes in on a third victory out of 4 matches tonight. He still has that 4th game to come.
Yeah,
He confirms a single 16. Double 18.
Game
In she
shot on the
goes.
match.
And that is a
Justin
very,
Smith.
very clinical finish to that match. He was 2-0 down. He could have been 3-0 down, but he ends up winning by 4 legs to 2. And the one thing that is constant tonight is that he is not only winning, but when he gets to the finish line, he's getting it done with ease. 83.78 on the average. The checkered percentage was better than Paul Hogan. That was probably why he got the amount of chances that he did in around legs 4 and 5. So he moves on. We move on as well with the schedule. Scott Williams returns against Mike Warburton in the next match. Scott still looking for his first win in the group. That's coming up after the break. Hello and welcome back to this morning's Online Darts Live League. We've got another match for you now, number 7 of, well, the evening and the morning, because we have gone past the midnight hour now. Looking forward to this one because this is a rematch of a ranked semi-final from last year. Mike Warburton and Scott Williams met at the Isle of Man Open in 2020. One of the last ranking events in the BDO before the COVID pandemic hit.
First I get Scott to throw first. Game on.
They will remember that meeting fondly. Well, Mike will, because he won that match by 5 legs to 4.
100.
Another reason why he'll remember that week fondly, because he won that tournament. He beat Martin Adams in the final. And that was his last ranking tournament win.
140.
Life has changed since then. He's played a lot of live league darts, both in 2020 and 2021. He started playing a bit more PDC action as well.
100.
And he's tasted a Q school for the first time as well, without success. But these two have got genuine belief that professional darts is in their
60.
future. And I believe them. Exchanging a tweet with someone a little bit earlier, they believe that the yellow
60.
of Scott Williams is something to do with Boston United, his hometown football team.
$100.
I wouldn't blame him if that's the case, because one of my old dart shirts was based on my hometown football team of Blythe Spartans, the mighty Spartans.
98.
Best non-league football team ever. Yes, that's me stirring the pot, because I'm sure there are some people out there who would disagree.
59.
Just remember, if you
Scott,
are
you
having a
require
little bit of a flutter on these games at this early hour, it's for over 18s only. And indeed, please do gamble responsibly.
47.
And check out begambleaware.org for more
Mike
information.
require 142.
I'm really fascinated that Scott Williams went for treble 18 first on 143. I don't know many people who would do that. 142 requires a treble 14 after that 60, and he's only got 3 times 11 instead of 3 times 14. So he's fallen short by 9 points to get a shot at a double.
110. Scott, you require 96.
All may not be lost, but then the first leg could be lost if he hits double 9.
87.
Big, big miss.
Mike, you require
Double
32.
18 and double 9 to offer Warburton the chance of this first leg and a break.
Game show on
Double
the
8
first
is good
leg.
to him, and
Mike
he finds
Warburton.
the break in 17 darts. There have been some patterns with Mike's game this week, and that double 16 bed has been a bit like a very famous yeast extract.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
He's either loved it or hated it in certain games. Right there, he would have hated that shot to the 32, but he got himself out of jail with a really pinpoint double 8.
81. $60.
You look at some players and you think, yeah, they've got potential, but you want them to prove you right. I looked at Scott Williams' statistics before this night began.
100.
I liked what I was reading. A running average of 89.76 before tonight began. A win percentage of 67%, which was the most impressive,
56.
albeit he had played the least amount of games. He's up against players this evening who have a lot more experience than he does here.
100.
But he hasn't performed at his best level tonight. 86 average in defeat against Paul Hogan, and an 86 in defeat to Justin Smith. So there's a bit of
60.
a similarity in those performances. And maybe he needs more than 86 if he is going to get a win this evening.
60.
His final challenge of the night after this will be against Richie Burnett in the final match. In match 10.
83.
There's no such thing as an easy game against
Mike,
Richie
you
Burnett.
require 160.
Another right there. Would have left a shot at tops for a 2-0 lead.
140.
But as it stands, having double 10 with a guaranteed visit, you'll take that. It just doesn't seem to be clicking for Scott Williams.
20.
2 10s for a second consecutive
Game show on the
visit
second leg.
win. And that is 2-0. And he has replicated what he did in leg 1 by getting it done in 17 darts. So that will mean that he is averaging 88.41 going into leg 3.
Well, I get Scott to throw first. Game on. $140.
When you've been around the darts circuit as much as I have for the last 20 years, you know what the averages are for the likes of 11 darts, 12 darts, 15 darts. You just memorize them.
100.
Not just for the 3 dart average, but the 1 dart average as well, which is how things used to be calculated.
91.
Back in the BDO days in the 90s and the early noughties, everything was measured in a 1 dart average. And that was the same for county games and Super League games, which of course is the way that people got to play for their county. But the PDC made it fashionable for the averages to be in 3 figures. And that's how things have gone over the last 20 years or so.
60.
Scott Williams was not scheduled to play this evening. He was a substitute for someone who was not able to be here. Originally it was going to be Jason Askew, the Live League average record holder at 118.44. Scott got the call and he took it with both hands. It's not going to plan so far though. Warburton only gets to 144.
Scott, you require
He doesn't show disappointment with the ton, but inside he will feel that getting to 104 was a lot more doable.
56.
And he was given the chance.
Mike, you require 100.
Here you've got to have 3 perfect darts instead of just the 2 on 104, but he might get it anyway. He's very fortunate, sorry, very unfortunate not to have a shot at double 12.
128.
But if he gets a few more mistakes from Scott on the outer ring, he might get a look at double 8.
Game show on the
no
third
such
leg.
luck though, as Scott does
Williams
convert in 2 darts, which is very similar to what we've seen from Mike Warburton, of course, with his 2 17 darters. That trend continues, and 3 legs in, Mike holds the lead at 2-1.
Mike to throw first. Game on. $100.
Mike looking very coordinated tonight. Black trousers, black shirt with a trim of green. And notice that the flights match the trim. That's not an accident. Dart players love
60.
to emphasize their brand with colours and coordinate their flights with their shirt and whatever other colours they have.
41.
I think if we were going to blame anybody for that, well, blame's probably a bit too aggressive. If we were going to attribute that to anybody, it would go all the way back to the 80s.
60.
Where dart players were synonymously associated with certain colours. Eric Bristow with that famous crafty Cockney red. John Lowe with that famous dark blue.
100.
And their flights would always match the shirt. Jockey Wilson was white because his shirt was white and his flights were white.
43.
And then we went into the 90s, didn't we? And we got one of the prettiest things that darts has ever seen. The Dennis Priestley Menace shirt and the Menace flights.
83.
What a great piece of branding that was. And nowadays, we have got Richie Burnett, who uses a set of dart flights
41.
that are in direct design to the shirt he wore in the 1995 World Final that he won against Raymond van Barneveld.
99.
I asked Richie Burnett earlier tonight, where is that shirt? And he said, I don't know, bud.
100.
So he doesn't know
Mike
where
requires
his World
78.
Championship winning shirt is. Does Mike Warburton know where 60 points are with these last two darts of the leg?
38.
Well, of the visit anyway. He's got more darts to come. And in the legs that he's winning, he's not being pressurised.
100. Mike, you require 40.
Maybe he is now. One dart remains.
Game
And
show
that is the one he uses to get rid of the
Mike
leg.
Warburton.
It's not another 17 darter, but it is 21. And there you can see that missing by that margin just left the bed open.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw
3
first.
legs to 1.
Game on.
And Warby is looking to get to 4 points. And that would put him in second position in the table on his own.
96.
Because as it stands, Hogan, Warburton and Burnett are all on 2 points, with Justin Smith out on his own at 6 points at the top.
100.
Scott Williams is in real danger of being marooned in 5th position in this group if he loses from here.
99.
If he doesn't get any wins tonight, he's going to feel about as helpless as Wilson the football. In fact, it's not a football, it's a volleyball, isn't it? And the film Castaway.
180.
And Warburton is looking to sail away on the next wave and be rescued.
139.
Lovely counting from Scott Williams. 2 treble 19s, leaving him on 192, and the 25 gets him to the finish. Very, very intelligent.
100. Scott, you require 167.
Can he take it out?
97.
He can leave it
Mike,
handy.
you require 121.
He might not get another dart in this match. Not if Warby's got anything to do with it. This is a classy leg so far. Oh, no. That is 102 points, which leaves 19. He's double 8.
Scott, you require
We'll be
70.
hoping that Scott does not find this. Double top.
30.
And Warby has the chance to
Mike, you
break
require 60.
right here to bolster his position in the table, and
Game
does
shot
so
and
with
the
no
match.
hesitation.
Mike Warburton.
Mike Warburton finishes things off with a 13 darter, and that will improve his overall average. Look at this. Straight in, up to double 8, gets it done, and now his leg difference is +1 as opposed to being -2 at the start. It's steady, 89.96, but you can see that Scott Williams' average from 86 it was earlier, it's gone down towards 78 there. That's not really going to get it done in this sort of company. 44% on checkouts is very, very good indeed. We're going to have match 8 when we return after the break, and that's going to be Justin Smith playing his last match of the night up against Richie Burnett. We'll be back shortly. Hello, welcome back. And another all-Welsh clash is about to commence. And it will be the final match of the night for Justin Smith, who is undefeated after 3 matches. Can he possibly get the perfect 8 and finish up against Richie Burnett with another win? Really looking forward to this game. Richie Burnett does always deliver when it comes to the Online Darts Live League.
Hey, first leg, it's Justin
in
to
defeat
throw first.
or in victory.
Game on.
But he's going to have to play very, very well to take care of this youngster, who has fought well and played well tonight. His first 2 games, he was the better player. But when beating Paul Hogan, he battled brilliantly.
180.
This game illustrates just what I love about the game of darts.
180.
We're going to get big scoring in it. We're going to get no fear from the 23-year-old. What else are we going to get? Well, 3 180s so far. And we haven't even finished the first leg yet. It's pointless me finishing my sentence because Richie,
you require
come
141.
on. Come on, Richie. Oh, he got close. He teased us.
Yep.
And here is plan B.
105.
Leaving 36.
Justin, you require
But he could lose the leg.
24.
If this goes, it'll be the best leg in the history of this tournament.
91.
Oh.
Richie, you require 36.
Dicing with drama. Double 18. 2 9s for the first leg. And Richie Burnett is lucky because he's now got double 2.
4 left.
Better there than in the single 9.
Game
And that is the first leg in 12
Richie
darts.
Burnett.
That is one of the more perplexing 12 darters you will see. That is just drama and brilliance in that first leg, where we saw 24 darts delivered by both players. He is seeing that treble 20 like it's the size
140
of Glamorgan. Going back to what I was saying in leg 1, this is what I love about the game. You've got a 23-year-old against someone who is 31 years older than him, a legend versus maybe a future star.
100.
This is what I like to see. Last year when we had the live league from people's homes, the game that really did pique my interest was Martin Adams at the age of 63. Playing a young kid by the name of Keane Barry on his 18th birthday. The very first day he could have played the Live League, and he was playing against the 3-time world champion, who was indeed 45 years older than him.
100.
Darts is about talent. Age is but a number. We've already seen in 2021 stories in other sports about people being a little bit older and still talented. Look at Phil Mickelson at Kiowa Island, winning the PGA Championship.
59.
I'm sure that invigorated a lot of the more seasoned sports stars from around the world to convince them that they could still do it.
139.
Well, we know Richie Burnett can still play darts because he constantly proves it every time he comes here.
78. Justin,
I really do want him to hit a 9-darter here, though. The celebration will be something to watch. Justin Smith is celebrating winning that leg in 14 darts because in no time whatsoever, he took care of that 62 and erases that first leg loss as we are level going into leg 3.
Third leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
After watching Justin in the live league last year, He played a fair bit of darts against all of us
100.
who were able to play from home. I was impressed with him, but he looked fairly raw to me. He looked like someone who had a bit of fire in his belly and at times had trouble just controlling that. What I'm seeing from him this evening is a gradual improvement on that. I'm still seeing the talent, but what I'm seeing is a slightly better temperament. I'm not going to lie to you and say that I like what I see in every young player. There are some where I think,
140.
I'm not sure about you. But when I look at Justin Smith, and when I look at Connor Scott from earlier, the 25-year-old, I do not lie when I say I think there is genuine potential there. There's only one meeting between these two. And that was a little bit earlier this month in a Challenge Tour match. And it was won by Justin Smith
45.
by a score of 5-3. Here he comes again.
140.
And another thing about his form from last year, he was throwing his follow through behind him towards his right hip a lot. His throw this year
60.
looks a lot smoother.
Justin, you require
That may be
103.
why he's playing so well this evening.
47.
Looking to hit the front,
Richie require 160.
providing Richie Burnett does not find, possibly, 4 20s and a double 18. Doesn't find the requisite amount at the top to give him a shot at the outer ring.
60. Justin, you require 56.
So this is a possible 2-dart conversion. And he goes for the double 18 option. He's been doing this all night long. And as soon as he gets to double 18, he is not hesitating whatsoever. Look at that. Easy. Just really, really simple to watch.
It's Richie to
Joyous stuff. And he's at the halfway point before Richie Burnett is in this best of 7 match.
$100. 40.
Just been having a look at some of the Justin Smith results from the Challenge Tour from earlier this month. It was fairly consistent from him until the last 2 events where he lost in the very first round. He lost to Scott Marsh, who played in Group C earlier today. And he lost to Jamie Clark, who has been involved in a lot of live league action this year. But before that, he made a last 32, a last 64, a last 32, and a last 64. He was winning 2 or 3 matches a day. But in the Challenge Tour, which is very, very competitive, you've got to win more than that. If he keeps playing this way, though, he's going to win a lot more than just the 3 matches that he's already won tonight. This performance so far is the best we've seen.
140.
In his first match of the night, he had a personal best.
141.
In the second match, he had a better personal best. He could well better it once again if he keeps playing this way.
95. Richie require 156.
Burnett is flailing right now. He's brimming with a little bit of frustration. And when you see this, being the opponent of Richie Burnett, you should realise that you are going to get chances when he is this miffed. That's a big miss on the single. But he
Game
fixes
show
the
on the
situation
foreplay.
so well. I was talking about his temperament a little bit earlier on. Look at how much he flinches after missing the single. He doesn't flinch at all. He realises that he still has a shot, and he just took care of business. This is the sign of a very confident and comfortable player.
100.
If he gets this 4th win of the night and gets a couple of wins tomorrow, he's assured of being in Saturday night's final, and he's going to cause everyone problems.
180. $134.
I have to say that I've seen Justin play a lot of live league days over the last 18 months. But this is the best I've seen from him. Consistently, anyway. And I'm very happy to see it.
100.
You like to see young players really taking it to the seasoned veterans and showing their steel. That first dart all night long. Maybe with the exception of the Paul Hogan game where it just cost him a little bit in the early exchanges. But in this game and the other two, boy, has it been good.
60.
Richie Burnett has been under so much pressure
167.
the whole match, even in the leg that he won in 12 darts in leg 1. And he only just won that one.
Richie require
He had to dodge a bullseye from Justin Smith to take it himself in 12. Can he take a 161? Might be match over.
97. Justin, you require
he's been hitting
70.
his doubles at 75% in this match. I fancy it might be over. Double 16.
38.
It's a rare miss, and in fact, that's the only. It's only the second dart he has missed at a double in this match. Richie can't afford to miss that very double.
48.
But he does.
Justin,
Richie has one match
32.
left after this. Justin does not. He
Game
finishes his
shot
job.
on the match.
He's done
Justin
for Friday
Smith.
morning. Very, very good indeed. The doubles were excellent. He looked confident from the start, and he looked confident at the end as well. What a wonderful performance. All night long it has been from Mr. Perfect. 8 points from 8, and that is his 3rd personal best of the night this year. That just goes to show how good Thursday/Friday has been for Justin Smith, and only the 2nd ton-plus average of the entire week. So well done, Justin Smith. 8 points, and you will be top of the table going into Friday night's session. We've got 2 more matches to go, and we're going to start with Paul Hogan against Mike Warburton, which comes after the break. back to our coverage of the Online Darts Live League here, live on Sporty Stuff TV. I am Paul the Asset Nicholson. We have 2 more games for your entertainment for this early hour. And we're going to start with Paul Hogan against Mike Warburton. So it's England versus Wales. And we've got that 2 more times tonight. Scott Williams will take on Richie Burnett in the last match of the night. But first, it's Hoagie versus Warby.
Okay, first leg, it's Mike to throw first.
Plenty of smiles from Paul Hogan. And maybe he knows that he's got a 100% record against Mike Warburton. They've not met in a ranked match away from this arena. But they did meet on the 10th and 11th of June. And on both occasions, Paul Hogan won by 4 legs to 2. Is that an indication of what could happen here?
60.
There's been a lot of water under the bridge between the 10th of June and the 11th of June, of course. And now, back in the days of lockdown.
41.
Now we are out of that for now. Can Warby set himself free and put himself in the position of number 2 in the table, behind Justin Smith, who is now guaranteed to be number 1 going into Friday night session. 8 unanswered points from the 23-year-old Welshman. And a leg difference of +10. A very, very impressive performance tonight. Accentuated at the end by that 100.22 average against Richie Burnett just now.
41.
Performance of the night by the man of the night. Warburton can still finish second going into the second night of this group if he wins here. He could still be second
45.
if he was to lose this match in a tight game against Hogan. And indeed Scott Williams was to beat Richie Burnett next. But there's still a lot to do when it comes to tomorrow night's session, which will be live again on Sporty Stuff TV at the same time of 10 p.m. Before that, though, we will have Group C action from 9:30 a.m. on the Online Darts YouTube channel.
Mike,
you can join us for that in a matter of 8 hours' time. Somewhat safe attempt at 2 double tops
60.
there from Mike.
Paul, you require 100.
Don't blame him for doing that, because this is hard, but not impossible. Oh, look at this from Paul Hogan. Tops!
Game shot on the first leg.
Well, there is
Hogan.
a French word that really does describe that effort from Paul Hogan. Magnifique. Wonderful from Paul Hogan. And that is, I think, his best finish of the year. Just looking back at my notes. Yep, it is. 152 was his previous best. That is now 160. And Warburton will feel as if he's been hitting the ribs with a baseball bat. Those shots really do hurt when you hit them when your opponent's on a double. I once had a chat with the greatest of them all, Phil Taylor. And he once had the audacity to say to me, why do people keep hitting 170 checkouts when I'm on a double? And my comeback to that was, well, it's easy, Phil. People want to hit them against you, and you've got to stop leaving the double and stop negating shots at the bullseye, because that's what he was doing. He would have 50 left, then he'd go and hit an 18.
140.
When we were on 170, we'd hit the 170 just to prove that you shouldn't do it. Well, Mike Warburton didn't do anything wrong. He didn't negate a shot. He just didn't take the 100 out. But when you do lose a dart out of your grip like that, just remember that the steel point is very sharp. So the best thing to do is to let it drop on the floor instead of grabbing it out of thin air. You don't want to pierce your hand in some way.
139. Mike, you require 121.
Warburton again under threat here. Hogan with the darts and on a very gettable number.
81.
He leaves tops.
All you require,
And again
96.
he has to watch. He's going to watch double 18.
Game shown the second leg.
This is delicious
Hogan.
finishing from Crocodile Dundee. He waits for Warby to get out of the way, and he plucks 96 out of the air for a 2-0 lead.
Feel like it's
This
Mike to
is
throw
a very
first.
good display so
Game
far.
on. $140.
32 darts for those legs.
$85.
160 and a 96 out. Just world-class stuff from a world-class player. And it would make for a very interesting group table
99.
if Justin Smith was on 8 points, Warburton was on 4, and Hogan was on 4 going into tomorrow night.
83.
What does Hogan have on Warburton? He just seems to find something against him. I mentioned those 2 wins that he had in June. He averaged better than Mike as well. In those 4-2 wins, a 94.84 average and a 92.16.
Mike, you require 122.
And funnily enough, in the first win, he did get a 96 checkout. So is that a sign that it's going to happen again? Well, at least this time, when he leaves
82.
tops, Paul Hogan cannot check 274. So when Mike turns around, he'll look at the scoring tablet as if to say, well,
100.
thank goodness.
Mike, you require 40.
At least I'm going to get a shot this time. He's going to get more than one visit if he needs it.
20.
And luckily for him, he does have it in the bank. Treble 18, the target.
134.
Warburton
Mike, you require 20.
warned not to miss. The perfect guide, really. Help or a hindrance?
Game
Help.
on the third leg.
Doesn't need any
Mike
help.
Warburton.
He did get a little bit of a jig off the top of that second flight and he just glanced it in. It was a help, but in the end,
Four
he
blades,
doesn't
ball to
care
throw
because
first.
it's 2-1 now.
Game on.
Well, we do have some viewers from overseas tuning in. Just want to give a shout out to Fiona,
100.
who's watching from Hamilton in New Zealand. Apparently she's a very big fan of Richie Burnett, so I'm sure she's watching on, waiting for the last match of the night. Well, in New Zealand,
82.
it's probably lunchtime. So, happy lunchtime over in Hamilton. Beautiful part of the world. And on my
60.
travels with the PDC and World Darts, New Zealand was one of my favourite stops. And why wouldn't it be? Auckland, which held the very first New Zealand Masters. In fact, it was the Auckland
85.
Masters, which was famously won by the now late Kyle Anderson. Special atmospheres given to us by the Kiwis.
100.
And I really want to go back so badly. Maybe we can get some Kiwi dart players in here
100.
when the travel restrictions stop. We could get the likes of Ben Robb Jarbo maybe. Bit of
60.
Darren Herowini. Bit of Cody Harris. They've got some players over there. I can really attest to that. I'd love to see Darren Herowini here. Big fan of his.
180.
I'm just a lover of the way they talk in New Zealand. It's one of the best accents in the world.
30. Mike, you require 54.
But it wouldn't be an accent on this 54. It would be an exclamation mark to win leg 4.
Game shot on the
Superb
4th leg.
from Mike Warburton, who was
Warburton.
hit with a jackhammer twice in this match with a 160 and a 96 out from Hogan. But he has reeled him back in,
It's Mike
and it's
to
now
throw
up
first.
to Crocodile Dundee
Game on.
to show his teeth once again, as things are equalised after 4.
'83.
Not just Kiwi dart players that I'm sure would love to play here. But what about Australians?
60.
So many of them to choose from. Where would I possibly begin? We
97.
have indeed had an Australian tour card holder helping us with the production this week. So a big shout out to GG Mathers, who was doing a fabulous job on the spotting.
100.
One of the happiest men on the circuit. And he has been an absolute wonder to have around this week. Oh, extra special darts from Mike Warburton, who finds his second maximum of the match to set up 141. It's just a shame that 180
60.
wasn't
Mike,
preceded by another to leave this for a 9-darter. But he won't care about that. Paul Hogan scratching his forehead as if to say, what has gone wrong? His average goes down to 87, but Warby's has gone up to 97.
100. Mike, you require 56.
Last time he was in the tops region, he didn't make any mistakes.
16.
He makes a mistake this time, but he has been given so much space to breathe because Hogan is waning. Great stuff from him.
Mike, you require 40.
Tops. 4th dart at a double in the leg.
Game
That's the successful one. And the 17th dart of the leg gives him the lead. After he was 2-0 down after those 2 big finishes, he has found a way to be leading after 5. Congratulations, Mike. You got one more to go, though.
Game on.
And Hogan has to win 2 in a row again.
60.
All will not be lost for Hogan going into tomorrow, regardless of what happens here. There are 3 spaces available from this group
41
to get to the final on Saturday. It doesn't really matter whether you get 1st, 2nd or 3rd. As long as you're there, you have a chance.
100.
Get to the top half of of the finals on Saturday, whether you win it or runner-up or become the 3rd place playoff winner.
100.
That will get you into Champions Week with a chance to get to the Champions Week finals, which offers a lot of money.
100.
He has maintained that intensity
100.
all night long, has Mike. Suffered a 4-1 defeat to Justin Smith in a match where the one leg he got was with a 161 checkout.
63.
That was his 100th game of the year here at the Online Darts Live League. And his century game was ruined by his countrymen. Since then, things have gone his way.
60.
He is a very hard worker. Fantastic stuff from Hogan. And providing he can take that double 19, or the equivalent of 38 points, because he might choose to split it by going all the way
128.
for only the third time
All
tonight.
you require 38.
He splits, and he goes for double 16,
Game show on
and
the
finds
sixth
the
leg.
mark.
Full
3-3 in
Hogan.
this one, and Mike Warburton should be warned about one thing, because there have been 2 4-3s tonight. One of them did involve Paul Hogan, and he won it.
Seventh and final leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on. 60.
We sincerely thank you for your company, staying up so late. If you're tuning in via the Sporty Stuff TV channel, dedicated darts fans you are.
100.
I applaud that. It is the time of year where if you are a darts fan, you're going to get plenty to watch.
60.
We've got live league darts via Sporty Stuff TV for the next few weeks. Every single
41.
week going through to Champions Week between September 13th and 18th. And that's where Phase 4 will end. And there will be more after that as well. And in between that, you've got the
100.
PDC World Cup in Germany. PDC ranking events in Hungary next week, and Gibraltar at the end of September.
100.
And then you've got the Nordic Masters in Denmark as well. So September is giving you a massive feast of darts.
100.
But this is the time of year where we all say it doesn't stop until New Year. It's all roads lead to the finals at the Online Darts Live League.
100.
All roads lead to Ali Pali. Can Warburton survive another 4-3? He's had plenty of these this week, and he gets a 170.
We require 160.
That's the third 170 we've had this week. 2 finishes, but is it another 160? Oh, he had a little bit of a smile on his face
100.
there. Warburton's 170 setup
11.
gives him an awkward-looking 11, but it's double 4 for a vital win.
Game
Job done
shot
for
of the
him, and
match.
6 points
Mike
go his
Warburton.
way for Friday morning, and of course a little bit of Thursday night. A really, really good display from Mike tonight of really feisty and workmanlike darts. Takes that in 17, as you can see, and he finishes the job for the night with a 90.68 average. 1 out of every 3 shots at double is a success, and he will be second to the table behind Justin Smith going into tonight's frivolities. We do have one more match for you before we end tonight's proceedings, or indeed this morning's. It's Scott Williams against Richie Burnett in match 10, and that's coming up shortly after this. been a remarkable evening as we have our last match just about to start. Paul Hogan had 100% on his doubles, but only got 3 shots in the last match and only came up with 2 points for the night. Only 2 points for Richie Burnett, but none for Scott Williams as we go into match 10.
Okay, first leg it's Richie to throw first.
So these two are clinging on to hope that they will get through this group a little bit short of 24 hours from now.
58.
If Richie Burnett does win this best of 7 leg match, he will finish in 3rd position for the first day of Group B.
57.
With Justin Smith on 8 points, Mike Warburton now on 6 in 2nd position. And currently, Richie Burnett is in 3rd, but just to bolster his stranglehold on a qualification spot, a win here against Scott would definitely help. But if Scott has any aspirations of making Saturday's final, a win here could be a must. Because he doesn't have any yet. And he would have so much to do a little bit later tonight from 10 p.m. if he's going to get through to the Week 2 finals.
60.
Well, it is 1:49 in the morning right now. And if this match does go a little bit far in towards all 7 legs,
58.
and we do clock over to 2 a.m., our coverage will switch to YouTube to see the climax of this match. It may be over by 1:59, but if you're tuning in on Sporty Stuff TV and you want to see the climax of this match post 2 a.m., just switch to the Online Darts YouTube channel in about 10 minutes.
22. Richie
Scott Williams looking pretty tired, it must be said, in the first 12 darts of this leg. And Burnett looking a tiny bit more energized as he goes for the 1-4-3.
Game shot.
Oh,
the first
yeah.
leg.
That is
Richie
special.
Burnett.
I firmly believe that that is one of the hardest checkouts on the dartboard. You have to go to 3 very different portions of the board, and that is a haymaker.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
We have seen some really good finishes tonight. A 160 from Paul Hogan. We've seen a narrow miss of a 170 from Justin Smith. But overall, he was excellent anyway. We've seen a 139 from Scott Williams as well. That was a real belter. Treble 19, treble 14 and tops. But he has been the player that people have been picking on.
57.
At times, he's not played that poorly, averaging 86 in his first 2 games. Yes, he only averaged 78 in his 3rd match against Mike Warburton, but the rest of the night, he's played really well. But everybody else has played just a little bit better. And we have seen a very good standard tonight. A 90 average from Mike Warburton to finish things off for him. 100 average to finish things off for Justin Smith.
100.
The players that get through this group are going to trouble Jared Cole, who is guaranteed for the finals, of course. And the 2 players that get through Group C, which starts in about 8 hours' time.
140.
It's actually nearly 7.5 hours. At 9:30 in the morning, we will go again. We can't get enough of it.
60. Scott Iroquois, 147.
This time Scott's got loads of time. So he went for the somewhat courageous shot at bull for tops after the 57.
111.
Very good. To leave double 18 after 5 visits. He's a creative dart player, is Scott.
60. Scott Iroquois,
comes
36.
from the great county of Lincolnshire. One of the flattest counties in England. There's nothing flat about that 17 darter. That was very, very assured. This one is level after 2. We're getting very, very close to 2 a.m. but we're getting no closer to finding out who wins this one.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, the county of Lincolnshire has had some very, very good players over the years.
180.
First maximum of the match goes to the former world champion.
60.
I remember the early days of my county career. I always used to like going to Lincolnshire. They always had the best venue. It was in Skegness.
57.
And it was massive. They had a huge stage there. And maybe I remember that with fond memories because Northumberland won the County A men's title there.
24.
And I remember players like Dean Baker and Michael Capewell. And I'm sure there have been other players from Lincolnshire over the years that have been more famous than those two, but they were the heavyweights in my early days of going to play against Lincolnshire.
140. Richie record 164.
Richie Burnett's turn to have some space in the finishing zone. Remember the 124?
59.
Justin Smith was on
Richie
in the first leg of his match with Richie.
124.
That was after Richie had tried for a 9. Well, that one's a bit of a wide.
40.
In the words of my fellow commentary colleague Chris Mason, oh dear. He wanted more than 40.
57.
He does
Richie
leave a finish,
84.
but it is a very big one. Double 12. And it's another 17 darter. This time it goes the way of the Prince of Wales, who, if he gets the points in this one, will feel very chipper about potentially getting to a third phase finals.
Four-legged Scott to throw first. Game on.
He has not failed to make the weekly finals when he plays in a qualification group. He always works hard when he gets here. He got to the weekly finals in phase 2. Then he made it to the Champions Week finals and he won the title. In phase 3, he got to the weekly finals. He didn't get the Champions Week.
140. $100.
Champions Week in phase 3 consisted in the finals of Jim Williams, the champion, Fallon Sherrick, the Queen of the Palace, who will go into some women's series events with the PDC coming up with a lot of confidence. Martin Thomas of Wales, Mark Webster of Wales, Chaz Barstow and Kevin Burnett made up the finals in phase 3. And Chaz Barstow, funnily enough, is the only player to have made the Champions Week finals group in phase 2 and 3. But on both occasions, he failed to make the semi-finals.
Scott, you require 40.
Sure, we'll see more of Chaz. Will we see more of Scott Williams because he has levelled this one up at 2-2. That is the best leg he's delivered all night long. So is he making his move very early on Friday morning?
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Looks like this one is going deep. And if you'd like to see the climax of this match, please switch to YouTube. Type in Online Darts YouTube in the search engine and you will find the live feed of this because we're about to go off the air with Sporty Stuff TV in the UK. We like to have your company to the very end, if possible. And for all of the viewers tuning in on Sporty Stuff TV tonight, thank you for your patience with the technical errors that we had a little bit earlier, and for us going a little bit late tonight. It's been great to have your company. Have a great and successful Friday.
131.
So much in the way of darts to come for Friday. Group C and Group B. And then Saturday comes.
96.
Burnett making his move in leg 5. An advantage of 90 that is going to be extinguished, you feel. Or maybe not. Well, it is.
121.
This one's in the balance. Oh, he painfully gets himself to 80.
149. $95.
Nice leave
Richie
by Scott Williams.
80.
And Richie Burnett is on 80. Here we go then for 3-2. Double 10. And we bid adieu to leg 5. And we also bid adieu to our Sporty Stuff TV viewers. Thank you for joining us. If you want to see the climax of this, please go to YouTube right now, because Richie Burnett is in the lead by 3 legs to 2.
Six-legged Scott to throw first. Game on. $57.
Scott Williams with a lot to do. Has to win the final 2 legs of the night. Of the morning. Still feels like the night.
41.
It's at this time of day that I feel like Jack Killian. Do you remember that show Midnight Caller from back in the 90s?
95.
You had to stay up until about this time to watch it back in the day. That role played by the very famous Gary Cole.
100.
His most famous role was, of course, playing Bill Lumberg. And he used to deliver lines like, if you could just go on and win this match by 4 legs to 2,
140.
that'd be great.
$96.
One slip up from Scott Williams, and Richie Burnett will win this one by 4 legs to 2. His leg difference as it stands
121
is -1 Burnett. Williams is -6. That is not going to help him going into later. But he genuinely does need
121.
these 2 points.
Scott,
Richie
you
Burnett is
require
on
88.
143 and has already hit that shot in this match. So be warned.
52.
He leaves himself on double 18
Richie
after the
require
2 double 18 efforts.
143.
But can he bookend this match? The answer, as they say in Russia, is niet.
60. Scott, you require 36.
Double 18. Getting close. And very, very good in the end. We are 3-3. And just like the first game of the day, well, the first game of the night session anyway, it was 4-3 to Paul Hogan against Scott Williams. And it is Burnett who has the darts. He's going to be very happy if he walks away
62
with a 4-3 here. But a 62 start is not ideal. Average for Scott, 87. He is back to what he was doing in his first and second matches, average-wise. Burnett, 85. Hasn't missed a double. Very similar to Paul Hogan in match number 9. Can he get a 4th shot?
180.
He can get a second 180. Williams hasn't got one in this match.
100.
And he's in a little bit of trouble here because Burnett has rescued the throw with that maximum. Got to go south.
96.
Oh, I'm not sure that was the right play. Probably should have gone for the 25 and bull with the last dart.
100.
And Williams, even though he's 7 behind, is first to a finish. We are going to the wire. And that's a painful single 7.
Scott, you require 170.
And that makes Richie Burnett march with anger. Ooh, that was a bit
102.
frisky going for the 25
Richie
on dart 2.
116.
It's worked out pretty well. But this is a big shot. He has to dodge
60.
Something that Scott Williams
Scott,
has not had
68.
tonight. And that's a match dart. Double 16.
52.
And it's away. Burnett survives.
Richie, you require 56.
So if he's going to walk away with 4 points, this is the moment to do it. Tops.
36.
It wasn't really close.
Scott, you require
And Scott
60.
Williams gets a chance to break in the last leg of the night. Oh, but
No
he's gone
score.
too low. He can't believe it, and neither can I.
Richie, you require 20.
Richie has to believe it, and he has to take advantage of what is a gift. Can he unwrap it? Double 5.
Game shot.
Wonderfully
out the
done,
match.
and that could
Richie
be a
Burnett.
valuable extra 2 points at the end of the Group B action tonight. You see he goes inside double 10, and it's last chance saloon. With 1 dart in hand, he finds double 5, and he doubles his points tally for the night. He had the lesser average. He had 50% on his checkouts in the end. He had 100% indeed going into that last leg of the contest. But he does have 4 points and 3rd position in the bag going into the second half of play, which will start at 10 p.m. tomorrow night. There you have it, 8-6-4-2-0, so a perfect pattern. We've got 3 players who are in position. Hogan and Williams are the ones with a lot to do. It's all Welsh in that group so far. We're going to be back in about 7.5 hours' time on the Online Darts YouTube channel. I hope you would enjoy the darts all the way through to 2 a.m. I know I've enjoyed it. I'll be back from 9:30 a.m. for more darts to see who comes through Group C. This, for now, is the Asset signing out. Good morning, and I'll say good morning to you in 7.5 hours. Take care, everyone.